What's going on, good people?
What's up? I
Yeah,
don't have a problem with my sound. It was silent.
just popping on to track this little weakness here after a nice dead day. We're putting in our psychological ranges, and like I always tell you guys, the psychological range will have the CME close inside of it. So if you start your psychological ranges above the CME close, you know you're moving underneath it, which is why I came on and I dropped our circle right there. Now, whether this is a deviation or something more, we'll find out. We can actually bring our trap down to here to bring all the price action within our trap. What's going on, chat? What y'all been up to today?
Dbloc, not sure if you saw, I sent you a message yesterday. Andrew / area audio. Check it out.
Give me a second. I'll check. I haven't been on my DMs today at all.
Yeah.
We lost point of control, so if we get a deeper correction outside of this weekend trap, we could come down to 83 and still not free those trap shorts. That's where our value area low is. I think we stay within this trap. I think we're just cleaning up all the liquidity down here. And like I said, bringing that CME close within our psychological ranges. Good morning, Cobra. Just don't eat anything white or anything that comes in a box and you'll be all right. This is a good start, man. Go in the supermarket, walk in the door, take your right hand and put it on the wall and walk around the supermarket, but don't take your hand off of that wall until you get to the register, and then you get out. You go to the deli, the fish, the meat, and then circle right on out the store. Stay out of the whole middle section. None of that shit in the aisles is good for you, bro. Promise you. This dude I used to train with used to say it all the time. He said, if it can't go bad, it's not good. We're like, huh? Like, if it can't go bad, it's not good. I was like, oh shit, it's kind of true.
Yeah, everything that's good has the potential to be bad too. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, if it can't go bad, it means it was never good. So there's no possibility of it going bad because it wasn't good in the first place. Been one tight little trap though. What are we looking at? Probably 1% on either side of CME, if not less than that. Yeah, 0.5% either side of CME. Classic. So far, pretty classic. The entire range is 0.98%. Problem is, if your diet isn't sustainable, you're not going to keep doing it. If you overcomplicate it too much, you just stick to like simple rules. Mind you, I cheat on my diet all the time. I'm not perfect, but at least I have a base that I cheat off of. Or if you can't read the ingredient, probably a decent sign. Yeah, that's what I was saying. If it can't go bad, it's not good. Right? It's got so many preservatives in it that it's never going to go bad. It's not good. Brandon, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you, brother. Stopping volume candle on the 5-minute here. I really think this was just a move to bring CME within the psychological ranges. We might swing down again and grab the rest of this, but I don't think it's the beginning of anything bigger. unless this tape really just sparks off. That's oddly specific, Pelosi. Be like, so you want to hear about some gangsters, eh? Well, if the bears are right and the cycle's broken, I'll have to give that a shot. It'll be ramen and audiobooks for me. And here, if you look very carefully, we have a degen in its natural environment. Shh, don't spook it. About to go 200x long. Look at in its eyes. Bead of sweat coming down its forehead.
Oh, wow. That's a pretty good wick to the downside. Of course, it wouldn't be a wick. You know, couldn't let anybody fill their position there.
Yeah, I know, right? I think we're just filling in the bottom of this trap a little bit. We had a remember we're calculating our psychological ranges, and we were above the CME. So they like to squeeze that down inside that range.
I don't know. I mean, I know it's the short term, but to me, when I see that type of wick to the up or the downside, it tells me that it might possibly hold that wick.
Yeah, and stopping volume candle so far looks good. Bullish engulfing came after. I mean, it could eat it up though. It's still, we're like low time frames, and these guys down here might just get smacked. These 100x's. The 800 EMA is at that SR flip at 835. It's probably the lowest I would see unless selling pressure really picks up here.
Rare. My shorts printed on Peanut and Rare. I think maybe they could print more. I don't know. What's the dominance doing? Yeah, wow, that dominance has been coming down, hasn't it?
Yeah, slowly. Nice little weekend drop.
Let's see, they're not putting it into Tether. I do a little BS leverage play because on weeks I can do a leverage play on USDC, USDT with like $1.
Yeah.
Just so I could kind of see what it's doing.
Dump? You called
And
this a dump?
it's down. So they're not buying no damn Tether. So they're taking it out of Bitcoin and put it into alts. Wow. Look at them. They're not very fearful for some reason.
Right.
I'm imagining that that's gone up to the middle already or something on the fear.
Let me see what we got.
I'm gonna just guess. I don't even know. 45.
We are at 30.
What?
Yeah.
And they're acting like that? I don't know about that.
I'll take a look at Legacy. Give me a second, Mike.
Does this feel like 30 to you?
People are still scared if they back out a little bit. But I think a
Okay,
lot
I
of it is just like wishful thinking. Everybody wants one more chance to get in.
That's crazy. I feel like it's going to get away from me if I don't buy enough. But I'm just trying to stick to my guns of not buying a big chunk in one shot.
Well, NQ's underneath the 50 on the weekly. It attempted to get back over, but not very successful as of right now. It's trying though. S&P's at golden pocket, but the measured move would bring it down. You got like some clicking on your mic, you might. It'll bring it back down to like 702.
I'll turn it off.
I think we're in sort of a dead cat bounce sort of week, if I have to be honest with you, Mike. I think we're going to get some up, but I don't think that it's seen its final drop. I think there's a chance we can get 5-4. And on NQ, underneath 19. But we are due some sort of relief, bro. You know they're not going to smack Legacy like that without... Yeah, that's how I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it like the next up within the next week or so is going to be a good time to exit. Both crypto and Legacy. And then really go in with heavier weight and compound on the last, what I consider to possibly be the last dip of the cycle. How did Tesla take it? Tesla came down and hit its gap. We thought it was impossible when we were looking at that gap down there, but they damn sure did. To be honest with you, Tesla might not even have to retrace anymore. You saw the thing I did, Mike, on Global M2? All right, so check out what happens if I put if I drop S&P on here. Let me make it a different color. So this last sort of up or the higher low on the daily for crypto, kind of looking at the same thing for S&P, right? Let me make it white. Right? Everything's getting that push from catching up to that spike there in M2. But this part here is what we have to plan for. Yeah, Kelly. So many videos today. Go and look. Just put global M2 Bitcoin and look on YouTube today. There's so many videos. And everybody's looking at this 75-day offset, and they're all wrong, in my opinion. And they're all going to get in too early, and they're all going to get wrecked on this last dip. Just my opinion. Because when you jump on, if I put the 75-day offset on, that's this yellow one. Right? This tells you that you've got to be loaded up here soon. We're already done. This last little bump, maybe a little bit down, but then after that, it's off into the races. The problem is that they're really arguing between that 45-day offset and the 75-day offset. And the people that are arguing about the 45-day offset, if we get rid of all the other ones, their argument is that it's already started. This is it. This is it. We caught up to global liquidity here. We popped up. This little drop down is just this drop here. And we're off into the right now. And if you don't buy, you're going to miss out. Da, 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 da. I think these guys are early. Because when we come and we look at the correlation for the 45-day, the numbers are shit. It looks good, right? It looks like it fits. But when you look at the data in the last 30 days, it's negative 57% correlated. The offset is the difference between when the money comes out of the central bank, when the money comes out of the central banks into M2, and the time that it takes for that money to get on the street in people's hands that they can spend on risk assets, right? There's a delay between when the money comes out and when you see the effect on the chart. So the argument on Twitter has been, what's the delay? I was thinking it was a 75-day offset. Right, and then this guy Marty just came out with this tool that gives you the actual calculations. So now that we have the actual numbers, I mean, look at the difference. The 45-day offset, negative 57, negative 3, negative 18. In the last 540 days has been 81% correlated. So, I mean, that's decent. That's nothing to sneeze at. 77%. But if we get rid of that, and just put on the 105-day and change this offset to 105. Look at the numbers we get there. 80%, 89%, 71, 90%, 91%, 88%, 79%. So I think we're starting to get this push, right? This is where, so the only way to safely do it, right? Because we don't want to just say, okay, no, it's definitely the 105 and not the 75. So we turn the 75 on. The 75 is supposed to take off here, Wednesday, 26th of March. And then the 105 takes off April 25th. Right? So if we just take this area and use it as our go zone, right? We don't have to guess which one is right. We just have to use this area to prepare, accumulate, make sure we're ready to go. Then we should be good. Which is why I say we've got one more up. It looks like we've got one more move up. It's going to be a lower high. And then it'll come down, but it won't come down as low as our lows, right? It'll be a higher low. And that's where I'm going to fill up at. Yeah, you don't see these, excuse me, you don't see correlations this high by mistake. Like, these numbers are extremely high. So if you want to look at it by timing wise, then that means that we have 10 days. We have roughly a day or two till we hit our tops on whatever expanse this is. Let's just take it to when it turns, to when it goes down. 4 days to find the top before we start hitting this downtrend. And if you want to see the effect of what this has on, let me get rid of, if you want to see the effect that we're looking for, it's this. This push on M2 money supply that took us down from the bottom of the bear market, or the middle of the bear market, I should say. Right, that right there is what we're looking for. What we're looking to catch up to. So that right there is like this right here. And this is what Bitcoin did in that time. Right, went from 51K to 108. That's why I wanted to bring it to the crew, because everybody's been arguing about this, right? But this tool that let us actually find the percentages literally has only been out for like a day. When I downloaded it, only 3 other people had it. I was the 4th person to download it, and I was probably the first person to bring it to a community, unless somebody else made a video or something before me. But on Twitter, they had already, you know, the dude was already putting out the findings. So I do got to give all the credit to that dude, Marty. Let me see what his name is real quick, because I'm not trying to take any of his aura. His name's Marnie Merrick. He's the one that developed the actual tool that tests the correlation. Oh, let me see. I wanted to see how many people have downloaded it already. Like I said, there was only 4 people that had it. If anybody wants to download it, it is called Global M2 Sandbox. Only 6 people have this indicator right now, guys. This is what I'm talking about, alpha. Right? Nobody else is looking at that 105-day offset, because it doesn't look, with the naked eye, it doesn't look like the closest match. The 75-day offset looks like the closest match by eye. But with this, we have the raw data. No, Bobby, this is all, you know, weeks out sort of thing. This is more macro. Just something I stumbled on in one of my research sessions. Yeah, this is the 5-minute we're looking at right now, Bobby. We're looking at probably coming down to clear this liquidity down to like 835. But if your 800 EMA holds, it's just going to be a deviation out of the weekend trap, and you're going to come back into that weekend trap again. If you're in a short, what you want is for that to break, but there's not a lot of liquidity underneath it. So even if that was the intention, it would probably be more of a slow move. Come down, dead cat bounce, build some long side liquidity. I think more probable you just come down to the 800 and then come back into your weekend trap. Remember I told you guys, when we start getting our weekend trap, starts at 5 o'clock on Saturday. When we start to put in that psychological range, if we're above CME close, you can almost bet that at some time during the day, we're going to come down underneath it. Right? The market maker likes to have the CME close inside of the psychological high and low ranges. That insurance policy that we always talk about. Because price will revisit this during the week. So even if he loses control and can't close CME, price will revisit that as mean reversion and close it naturally.
True alpha knowledge here. I appreciate the insights always. Folded hands emoji.
Mike with the super chat. Appreciate you, Mike. W mod. W super chat.
What's going on, everybody? Hope everybody's doing good.
Yeah, yep.
Man, is it all right if you guys talk over Ethereum and see what's going on over there?
Yeah, give me 1 second for this to settle out because Bitcoin's like on a move right now, and then we'll take a look at it.
Yeah, no worries, man. Appreciate it.
Most likely thing that happened this weekend tomorrow is that we go sideways until tomorrow. That's your most probable. Within this range that we're in. Right? Mid 83s to mid 84s. You guys look at how tight our trap ended up being again this week, you know? 0.5% above CME close, 0.5% below CME close.
So, quick question. With the weekend trap, it's basically just a trap to build liquidity?
It's a trap to trap margin. It's probably one of the less like nefarious traps, right? It's its only real intent is to keep prices close to where CME closes on Friday as possible. So that there's no imbalance when the books open, right? So that there's no difference between CME and the regular chart. So there's no gap. So what they do is that they'll trap the biggest bears and the biggest bulls right before the weekend. So all of these guys, most of their money is trapped in margin for these trades. So there's nothing really left for them to swing around for the weekend, so it kills the liquidity. And then market maker keeps it nice and tight right around CME until Sunday when CME opens. So it's meant to just kind of pause the market, right? Just hits the brakes for the weekend. Whales can overwhelm this, but obviously they haven't been very effective, but they haven't been trying to, you know. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, Amara. If I can get a break underneath wherever we end up here, I'll long to back to the top of the trap. I'm just looking for a convincing bottom. Still looks weak. Like I said, though, there's not a lot of meat on that. You know, there's not a lot of meat on that bone. You've got like 1% up, but with some leverage on it, I guess it's doable. I'll be right back, guys.
What up, y'all? I don't know how far that's going to go down, but I'm definitely hoping it gets me out of this short.
Yeah, me too, man. Try to get out of this short as well.
I'm hoping it goes down so my short can keep printing.
Yeah.
What are you all at?
You guys are stuck in shorts?
Yeah, remember, like I was stuck in that that short and that long right in between it. It's like I've been in there since what, yesterday?
Let's go, shorty boy.
Day before. So if it hits my, I'm hoping it hits my target for take profit. But you know, I'll be happy with whatever, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna go back up, but you know, it's just heading down for right now to hang out.
My question is, why are you guys shorting at support?
I had a feeling, but it turned out to be a bad feeling or a wrong feeling. I almost had it.
Newbie. That's me. That's why.
You want short resistance, not support. Like for me, like I see shorting support. That's like FOMOing into green candles. Like when you buy into green candles, like if you try to short like support, you're kind of doing the same thing.
Everybody's schlongs
Like-
are getting ripped up.
Yeah, it's basically like a longing at resistance. Like it's not a practice I try to.
Be careful
something I
trading
try to
too
practice.
much on the weekend, guys. Unless you're really just sniping in and out really quick. Price action sucks. I mean, you had a couple good, right? I guess you could, what? 1%, 100x couple times? I mean, you know, but.
In my opinion, the short should have started on Friday.
At the trap longs, 100%.
Yeah, that's where I started mine.
Yeah.
So I don't see why that's.
I guess people ask,
problem.
new people take some minute to get used to that idea of that long. Once you get that trap long on Friday sort of dialed in, things get a little easier.
Yeah,
Seems
man,
to be working great.
you played it better. You played it better because you got in to like sort of you're on the right side of the trap.
Mhm.
So I
Well,
mean,
'cause
even
I
if it
knew it
was
was
to
gonna
turn around and even if it was to pump on Monday, you still have room to get out.
No, I'm getting out before then. I'm trying to get out tonight or tomorrow. So I'm waiting for it to make its move. I know how it is. I'm still long. This is just weekend hedge crap.
Yeah, because like if you short at resistance or whatever, or like an overbought zone or a trap zone or something, then you're
Oh yeah,
like
I
you
wouldn't
can
dare.
wait till it goes to test support, see how it reacts to the support. If it breaks the support, you can hold it.
I don't know.
But if you short
I
at the
don't even want to
support,
do
then
that.
your validation's pretty close. If you get stuck and
I
you don't
was
stop out, then
I was only interested on Friday when it came up and trapped the longs.
Yeah, I thought there was a double top forming, and I was like, oh, it's gonna come back down, but I got faked out, and it just continued sideways.
It happens.
yeah, it happens to the best of us. But like the weekend is like, unless there's some weird catalyst that happens over the weekend, I found that more often than not, the price doesn't really move very much over the weekend.
Oh, this
That's
was
why so many people get trapped.
Yeah, this was when it started like moving like crazy.
Well,
And it started dumping, and then Trump announced like the 200% tax on champagne or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing. I never short bad news. Like the release of bad news, I never short that either.
Just try to remember, guys, during the weekend, as soon as CME closes, right? If you're above CME and you're above CME by more than 0.5%, a percent is pushing you by more than 0.5%. Chances are you're gonna get that mean reversion back. Right, the market makers that we watch, excuse me, all week to provide balance to the market, their number one job is to keep that CME closed for the weekend. This is highest priority for them.
I was surprised the number of symmetrical triangles that didn't break down.
Mhm.
That's what tripped me out.
Yeah, even the patterns that you get within the weekend trap are really just meant like that rising wedge that we had, right? It's really just meant to give you the bottom of your trap. And now we had a flat top ascending that broke. That's going to give us the bottom of the trap, right? If you draw out the top of your flat top ascending line, and you draw your measured move down, and you drop it on the break, right? Same deal.
I feel like we're gonna have a false move down. real quick, and then it'll reverse for next week.
I kind of have that same feeling.
That's been the general sentiment on the tubes. But then again, they're all huffing hopium.
Oh no, it's real. It's real.
I think we've got a little bit left in this relief rally, but I do think we have to seriously consider peeling profits off one more time. I don't think we're in the buy and hold until Narnia stage yet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I still think we're going to. I still think we hit 92K by the 18th. Until I'm wrong.
Yeah, don't tell Nick I sold just a little bit of XRP, just a taste, but nobody tell him.
You shouldn't have said the X word, bro. Now he's gonna appear.
I know it.
Here he comes.
Look at how those licks line up perfectly with that trend line.
Yeah.
Well, it's not. I don't know. How many touches is that?
On what?
On that trend line that you had drawn. You got 2 so far? Yeah. What's the purple? Is that like a 50x or 100x?
50.
50, all right.
Yeah,
the
they
red's
already
100,
got rid of
right.
all the hundreds. Most of them anyways. Little scatter shot down here, which is what I think they come get now.
That'll work.
Might as well. It's free money.
I'm closing all them shorts out. I'm adding to my positions. On spot.
I feel like they still typically make an effort to go get 50s, but then they let the leverage build up above as well. So it's like instead of breaking the top of the range, they just let people keep shorting it and they build up the shorts as they're going down. Or they don't build them up, they let the shorts build up. And then they go get them later after the false move. Because that's like gas. Like, you know what I mean? That's like the fuel to the fire. To create that volatility. The volatility engine.
Give it some whipsaw gas.
They're trying to front like this is a bottom here. I don't buy it. You gotta do better than that, sir.
You ever look at the volume footprint?
Yeah.
I know it's not free, but that's something that can be pretty cool and insightful, like in conjunction with the vectors.
Go to your candles up top.
Yeah.
And go to volume footprint.
I think we're still coming down.
Wait, you don't need a paid version to see the volume footprint?
Nope. Or I don't know. I have a paid version. Maybe I honestly don't know. I don't think you do.
I was talking to Doran, bro, earlier. He said he doesn't have it. He said he has Essential and that he can't see the footprint.
Interesting.
But I have Pro, so I've got all kinds of stuff.
It should be under your candle types. They added footprint. They added volume session profile. They added STLP.
What if it's going to start cascading down?
Nah, I don't think we have a lot of gas for that. I think we have maybe one fake move here. If we can't get above this 50, we'll come down, make another low, clear these hundreds. Unless volume picks up. Like, look at the tape. The tape is dead. Less than 1 Bitcoin, less than 1 Bitcoin. There we go. See, that's what we want to see. We need to see some aggressive buyers come in and sustain. But look, you just got absorbed by a seller, so it's like...
You're not going to sustain.
It's a bit of a wash.
I have a stop loss 83,910 on my tort.
I expect to just go sideways in the trap.
We're being held by the 200 on the 15-minute. So I guess reshort at 84. We are above yesterday's low, though. Worth noting.
We know what the play is, guys. We've done this millions of weekends in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Millions, dude. You're not old.
A million crypto weekends. You know how that is.
Yeah,
1
crypto time is
million
different.
weekends.
Crypto time is different. I think the goal has been completed here, which, like I said, was to get CME closed within the psychological ranges. That's just an insurance policy put in by market maker. The best hopium chart of them all.
Hey, Qui-Gon, you can get an indicator with free volume footprint on it.
We suck.
With free what?
Volume footprint on it.
Oh, what's
Well,
the
it's market profile. It's just called market profile with TPO by Druther. Like brother, but with a D. And it just
market profile?
Did you check to see if you have it built in? If you got Pro, it should be there.
Yeah, but I think he's looking for an alternative for people that don't have.
Oh, I thought he was talking about for you.
Well, there's volume. What is that? Candles.
Yeah, I think you need Pro for that too, or maybe you get it with Essential. I'm not sure. Either or no, I think you need Plus for that, and then Pro you get like everything.
Well, the volume footprint is just candles. It just shows it within the candle. The market profile shows you the whole range and point of controls and value area lows.
By Lonesome.
No.
Do you know who the author is?
Druther. Hang on.
Druther? Oh, okay. So market profile with TPO.
Yeah.
Right, let's check this out. It doesn't show it on the spot chart.
It takes a minute to populate.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's like a bunch of letters on it.
Yeah. So you see where there's one with like one letter on it? Have you ever looked into poor lows and poor highs? That'll tell you if there's a poor low and a poor high. I'm still trying to figure it all out, but it's like if there's one letter.
I got you guys. Look, TPO. Let me explain
top
this
or
real
bottom.
quick.
Yeah.
TPO tells you how much time price is spent in a certain price range. right? It starts at A. As time goes by, lets you know how much was at B, how much was at C. When you see all your letters in a row like this, right, that's your point of control. But it basically counts by time. So if you see there's a bunch of A, right, that means that price moved really fast during a short period of time during the A time. And then it goes to B, C, so price was pumping here. Just basically a visual of where inside of the range price spent the most amount of time. The letters aren't really as important, right? You can see the same thing by this. And the colors. But that's all it is. The one that I use that'll be without the TPO. If you just put PVP, periodic volume profile, and you can set it to whatever you want, right? So you can go here and you can set it to 1 bar, 5 minutes, 1 hour, whatever. But if you put it on 1 bar and you switch your candles to hollow, then it gives you my X-ray vision that I talk about, where you can switch that on real quick. What is all this other shit on my chart? Where you can switch that on real quick and then just zoom into the candle and see in real time how the candle is building out. All right, and then once you see where your point of controls are and all that, then you can go ahead and switch it off and go to your regular candles. And then if you don't need that much data, right? Like if you want to say, okay, instead of 1 bar, let's do it for every hour. Then it'll give it to you for the last hour. And it'll just populate automatically every time you get a new hourly candle.
That looks pretty sweet.
This tape is just dead now, so we're going to turn the tape off because that shit is doing nothing. MK ribbon is good too. If you're micro scalping, and let's say you are trading the 513.50 EMA strategy, you can watch, the way I have it set up anyways, you can watch every EMA between 5 and 50, the ones that you can't see, right? You can see them flip in real time. So these rays are just projections, as if the EMA goes in the same direction it's pointing, right? So it's basically just projections coming off of the EMAs to let you know if they're pointing bullish or they're pointing bearish. And you see them flip, right, as time goes. See, on the 1 minute, all your EMAs are pointing bullish. And it also gives you these dots that tell you exactly where the EMAs are. So when it comes to mean reversion, right, when you see big separation within the dots, you know that there's mean reversion incoming.
Hey, Dbloc, can you do me a favor?
Yep.
On one of those, right click on one of those trend lines. Go to visual order and send it back.
Go to visual order and do what?
Send to back. Like a little drop down.
Oh, okay.
Now mouse over it. Where it was on the chart.
Uh-huh.
I can't see it.
What are you trying to figure out?
Where was that trend line that you...
Where is this trend line at?
I can't really see it.
83,562.
When you mouse over it, does it light up?
Does it light up? No.
Wait. Those green lines that are inside that box?
Yeah.
Do it on one of those.
That's just the indicator.
Yeah, but right click it. Visual order.
Into back. Okay.
Okay, click somewhere else.
Okay.
You don't have a rectangle. This is awesome, dude. I want to show this to you real quick. Draw a rectangle over all those trim lines.
Your mic's kind of hard to hear, brother. It's a little jumbled up.
Is that better?
Yes, sir.
Okay, draw a rectangle all over, covering all those trend lines on your right. Under where the little paintbrush thing is on your left. Yeah, there you go.
Can you just tell me what you're trying to do, like with words? Because I'm confused right now.
It's hard to explain. So,
Use your word.
if you draw the rectangle and you turn the background to black, and you turn your opacity way up on it so you can barely see the stuff behind it, you can keep all the stuff on your chart, but you can just barely see it. So when you mouse over it, it lights up.
Oh yeah, I know.
You don't have to turn stuff on and off.
Yeah, when if I'm turning everything off because I want to look at a naked chart, completely naked chart.
Yeah. Oh, that's helped me a lot because I got a bunch of shit on my chart.
Yeah, I mean, this is a teaching chart. So like if I go to the 4 hour, I mean, yeah. This is hours and hours and hours and hours of TA in real time. So I probably got like 7 or 8 Bitcoin charts that I use on a regular basis. This is just the one that I kind of, down on the micro, and I could never look at this for macro. You can't even see the, but every chart has this purpose.
My bad. What was that indicator with the lasers?
RK ribbon. Give me a second. What's it called? RK10 MA ribbon.
Copy that. It's just default settings.
I changed the settings because you can kind of set the EMAs to what you want them to be at. So I was really just interested in what's happening between the 5 and the 50. Just to see if we're getting closer to that turn or, whatever. Sometimes you'll see that 13 EMA cross the 50 and you're waiting for that one candle of confirmation. And then you'll see all those lasers start to go red. And you're like, okay, I see what's happening here.
So that'd be like fake out.
Yeah. The lower, you can see the lower EMAs are already starting to turn. I'll show you the settings I have for it.
I got a screen cap.
What gives you the lasers is the project moving average lines into the future here. And then I believe on style, yeah, they've got like buy alerts and sell alerts. I turn that shit off. It's garbage. Unless you just want to see a bunch of emojis on your chart just because, to not be bored, but don't act on them.
Definitely not. Those are the hottrash.com.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Like, look at these. Like, this shit's got you buying and selling. This is a 5-minute chart. It'll drive you crazy. One decent buy, I guess.
Yeah, bury your account.
Yeah. All right, you got the settings?
Yeah, I just
All right,
screen cap.
Cool. None of those are necessary, right? None of these indicators are necessary, but it lets us dig in a little more. It gives you a better, like, higher definition on what's going on.
What was that PvP one you were using? Like, is like the one I brought up doesn't have numbers on it.
It's called PvP periodic volume profile. Does it look like this? Does the settings look like this one?
Yeah, what's this number? Row size 25. Yeah, mine looks the same, but there's no numbers on it.
Go to style. Labels on price scale, values, and status line. Make sure those are on.
Okay.
And then, yeah, everything else is the same. I changed the colors and shit, but
Yeah, those are on. Values?
zoom in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, values wasn't checked.
Yeah, values and status line. You need that one. And then the histogram box, I just kind of made it as opaque as possible because if not, your chart will look crazy. And then another one I've been playing with is this AI one that I've been training, Probability Expo. This is kind of fun to play with, but definitely not something you want to trade off of. It just gives you the probability of breakouts depending on what the last, I think, 150 candles look like compared to other sections of 150 candles. This is AI trying its best to do its best, like, TA, analyst impression. A bunch of
Based
shit
off
in
of
here.
this, and this, let's say there's this type, there's this much probability, this percentage of probability.
Yeah. It's neighbors. It's a neighbors theory. Like there's one. Where is it? The Lorentzian classification. Damn, this is supposed to be on. That means it's not training. God damn it. Give me a second. This one, machine learning Lorentzian classification.
Oh yeah, I've used this before, but
So I've got it trained up pretty good. I've got it to about 70%. It was not there at the beginning, and I think if you got it early, it was really low. Now, if somebody gets it now, it benefits from everybody's training. So it comes out of the box now at 70%. Eventually,
how you
you train it just by running it, right? Just by having it on. And what it does is it gives you a number from 1 to 8, depending on bullish or bearish. And the way it works is off neighbors theory. So it uses a look back of a certain amount of candles, and RSI and a couple of other things. And it takes sections of the chart that are similar to each other and then attributes a number to them depending on what happened in the past, basically. It's just something trippy to play with. Again, nothing to,
yeah, I've used this. I used this for one strategy that somebody was testing, but I noticed that it wasn't super accurate. But that was a long time ago. That was probably like a year or two ago.
Yeah, it seems pretty decent for really, really short term, like entrances, not exits. Meaning, if you see the green, you probably take a very short, 5-minute, 10-minute gap. Always plays out. The short would always play out. The long, but there's not a lot of life, right? As it goes getting better, this should start moving down. Right? These signals should start moving down to where it leaves more meat on the bone for the trade. I don't worry about AI taking my job, not one bit, bro.
Yeah,
So much of this shit is experience and sort of like, I don't know. There's an art to TA, in my
Yeah, I
opinion.
feel like the AI, like I feel like it can be used for manipulation, but it can't recognize manipulation, or like it can't predict it.
AI is just gonna be speed. and that we can't beat, right? So that means that we'll have to use those tools, or we'll get left behind. But there's an AI indicator that gives you all the patterns on TradingView. I can't remember the name of it, right? And when I say all the patterns, I mean it literally gives you all the patterns. But it screws it up because it doesn't use any of the invalidations that you would use as somebody who does TA. Like, yeah, okay, that's a head and shoulders, but that's definitely not playing out right now. And it literally just gives you everything. So the win rate on it is horrible.
It's like all chart patterns or something. It's like
Yeah.
like
That shit Buddy used to use for his callouts.
I can see chart patterns. I don't need this thing to tell me, like, because it'll try to point out each and every.
It's pretty cool if you're just getting into chart patterns, because like let's say you've got the Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns next to you, Bukowski's book, and you've got your all patterns on, and maybe you're not even in a trade, you're just watching the charts for the day, and you're like, oh look, what's this? Boom, pull out the book, read it, take a look. What are the probabilities of playing out? You might even see what the mistake is with the AI. Yeah, the book says it's not valid if it's not A, B, C, and D, and
but like, see how that rising wedge, like I was explaining this to somebody last night, that rising wedge pattern, and it met all the criteria because you had at least 3 touches to the bottom, at least 3 touches to the top. You had a 4th touch on the bottom that resulted in a lower high, and then it closed the candle below that trend line, sort of like a confirmation of the breakdown. I can't really see if it retested it from the bottom side.
It did. I personally don't like the 3 touch thing, and the reason I say it is because like if you go to the 1 hour or if you go to the 1 minute, then you're looking at something completely different, right? Go to the 1 minute, you got 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touch, 4 touch, 5 touch, 6 touch, 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touch, 4 touch, 5 touch, 6 touch. And I just hear so many people say, what was it? 3, maybe 4, 4 never more. That whole saying. Like 3 touches, maybe 4, but never more than 4. It's gonna break after the 4th. I hate that because it traps people into that's not always true, and depending on how big the pattern is too. Like how many rising wedges have we seen that lasted for weeks?
And then they still broke out the top.
Yeah, so at the very least, what I want to see is at least 2 touches on each side. At least 2 touches to even justify the fact that those trend lines are even there. But after that, it could break on the 3rd touch, it could break on the 4th touch, it could break on the 5th touch. I prefer to look at it as the trend is your friend, support is support until it's not, and play it that way. And then when you get the break, right, it finally does break and you're like, okay, this isn't support, then you have your heads up for the retest, and that's your entrance.
I did retest it, yeah.
Yeah.
And you got the 15, the 515.
No, it was great. It's a whole thing.
Cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
perfect loss of
great setup.
momentum. Nice little short play. Stopping volume candle to get you back in. Confirmation here. If you didn't get back in on the stopping volume candle, you would have got in here. And then you would have rode her up. Got out maybe a little early, but you didn't leave any money on the table, right? Price didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, you're in the profit for sure. Even if it's only 0.5%.
Now the AIs are gonna train on all the books for sure, Jay. But there's something subjective about charting. Where they will have a advantage is knowing what to trade and when to trade it. Instant recognition of high volume inflows, abnormal trading volume, instant scanning of all social media for trends and upcoming narratives. Like that's where they really have the advantage. I'm almost jealous, man. I need Elon needs to hurry up with this Neuralink shit so we can catch up, because
Yeah, this Lorenzian thing, I'm looking at it on the 5-minute. It's actually pretty decent when it goes below that line. Like I imagine that's some sort of moving average or something. When it goes below that line and it prints a short signal, it usually ends up playing out. And then as long as it's above the line, if it prints a long signal, it plays out. If you have a really tight RR.
If you click on it and go to the description, TradingView's got a pretty decent description of it.
Have you experimented with which one it seems to be the most accurate on? Or which time frame, I mean?
No, I haven't. I just let it run. I really think it's just one of those things where it just needs to gobble. It just needs to gobble data.
So as long as I leave this on my chart, if say I make it so I can't see it, like I hide it, but it's still on my chart, is it technically training?
Yeah, as long as you can turn the eyeball off. That's usually how I have it. I never have it up. I just got it on the side with the eyeball off.
All right. I know there's a strategy that involves this, but there's like 2 other confirmation indicators that they have you look at too. I'll see if I can find it and I'll send you the video. Because it seemed like it was pretty badass. I didn't take the time to actually back test it as much as I needed to find out how accurate it was. I think at the time it probably had like a 50% win rate. It might be better now though. And it also gives you sort of I think the strategy it gives you the your invalidation level too. The way they describe it.
What's up with that disaster at Yeezy's today? Oh, it broke down. It's just at level 1. Somebody said it crashed, like it crashed. I don't know whether to be disappointed that we're still doing shit like this or proud at the crypto community for not biting. You know how on social media people started taking responsibility for these people we make famous? Like you'll see it in the comments, they'll be like, we should have never made this one famous. Like I feel like it's like that with crypto now. Like I almost feel like crypto is like, you know what? Nah. Maybe not. It actually lost holders. It was at 16,000 holders, 16.8 or something like that earlier. And now it's sitting at 15.7. Yeah, that's true. 2 things could be true. I'll take a walk around the blockchain and see what's going on. Let's go look at the crypto ciphers. We'll start calling them crypto ciphers instead of bubbles now. Alright, let's see. Interesting on the weekly, ton up 21% quietly. Behind everybody's back. That's interesting. Might have to dig into Ton a little bit. Oh, it did the whole 20% today, actually. That's what happened. On news, huh? What's going on? What's the news? Sun rises 20% after France grants Telegram founder day. Oh, okay. So they released Buddy from there. Yo, France did him so nasty. He wouldn't give up. He wouldn't sign a surveillance agreement with them for Telegram, right? So they wanted to arrest him, but he wasn't in the country. So they called him and they told him that the French president wanted to have a meeting with him. And when his private jet landed in the airport, they arrested him on his jet. That's nasty work.
You should have known it was a trap. Though.
I mean, that is kind of dumb, bro. Like, I'm sorry. But I guess he figured, like, it's France. It's not like I'm denying China surveillance agreements and I'm flying to China, right? Like, it's France. Kind of wild. Good for Ton, man. Needed that. That's for sure. The last hour, there's really nothing moving. Well, nothing moving except move. Oh, this is in BTC value. My bad. So that's against Bitcoin. Let's see in USD. All right, a little bit more action here. That makes sense. Still the same bunch, though. Let's check our sectors. DeFi. Drift is up 3%. Drift and Ample are up 3%. ZBCN is on my list. Let's see on the daily. Oh, Drift is up 16% today. Spell is up 12%. Flip, that I believe this is the real estate. Project. Not sure what FXS is. Track share, okay. Let's check our DEXs. Cake is up 11%. FXS again, 12%. Pretty quiet. Smart contract platforms. This thing is still moving, yo. Excuse me, Ancient 8. On Neon. A lot of the smaller sort of, oh, AIOZ had a pump today too. Layer 1s. On and AIOZ are in the lead here. Work. AI, AIOZ, Cubic, damn. AIC is down 31% today. What happened here? That's unfortunate. Dropped from 336 to 216. AI agents, AI XBTs holding in there, AI 16Zs holding in there. Virtuals is holding in there. They should have way more AI agents on here. Not for nothing. Lending and borrowing, DeFi Maker, like we said earlier, was good. Liquidity's moving. Real world assets. What did Ondo do today? Ondo's down 2%. There's that syrup, that maple and the
Sipping on the
syrup.
scissor. Sipping on.
It's on a retrace today, looks like.
Yep. Back down at under 50 or no 1538. It's a little bit under where I saw it.
All right, made in the USA. Everybody's favorite recent narrative. FXS, RSC.
Yo, man, Kanye still hasn't denied it. He shut down a lot of other coins too, and he was like, yo, those are mine, those are mine. And this one he retweeted, and he hasn't denied anything yet. So I'm still playing it as if it would be his, even though it's possibly not. He's been talking with that Ansem guy, so he knows what a contract address is. He wouldn't have just retweeted something irresponsibly like that without, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
I mean, I try not to make a habit of trying to guess what Kanye would and wouldn't do. of out of anybody. That's a wild card right there. So I have no idea, bro. Damn, Notcoin is up 18%. Ton is really liking this news of Buddy getting out of jail, huh?
Oh, yeah. That was pretty big news.
Interesting. Dpin, Rome, AIOZ, Jasmine, baby. Jasmine's not going to fall behind. So Jasmine done worked her way into some narratives, huh? Jasmine was Dpin before there was a Dpin.
Dude, Jasmine, she's meme, she's AI, she's IoT.
I still don't understand how it landed in memes. And you're right, it's true. There's people that trade memes, that trade Jasmine, have no idea that it has a use case.
It's like the whole Japanese. Remember how it was
The
always
Japanese
kind
Bitcoin
of like,
thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the Japanese Bitcoin thing, and we couldn't find anything translated. It was like straight Japanese.
Yeah.
And that was just kind of the meme. It's like, it's the Japanese Bitcoin, you know?
We didn't have AI back then, bro. It would have been easy, right? We could have just fed that thing to AI every day. We had Google Translate. That's the only thing we could use at the time to figure out what was going on with Jasmine was Google Translate.
Yeah, but now it falls under, I mean, it could fall under AI category too, kind of in the narrative a little bit.
Well, you need security. It's the same way that based AI, right? It's like if you're providing data security, then that's important. Like we were just talking about in chat. If I want to train up a Dbloc AI, and it's a personal use AI, right? This is not an AI that anybody's gonna have access to. This is an AI that I want to talk to, and I want to get advice about all of my personal shit, my health, my business, relationship shit, family, all of that, right? So you got to be able to know that all the information you feed this thing is going to be secure, or else you'll never be able to do it. Somebody with a multi-billion-dollar business isn't going to put all of his business, you know, everything on the books to the AI to be able to ask it questions unless they can be secure that that's going to be safe.
Well, I'm telling AI a lot about myself too. I've been doing that. I've been feeding it. And like I was on Instagram Meta AI the other day, and I was just like looking myself up and stuff I've done. And then it asked me like, "Do you know anything about this person about me?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, he's the dopest underground NYC man in the hour, tower of power." Like I just started feeding him like all these things and like accomplishments and stuff. And then I try to like just search it up without being logged on. a few days later, and it was cool because it remembered some stuff, and I was like, all right, so it's kind of like feeding your Wikipedia. It's like it's good to,
The
if you want to.
memory, the memory and the reasoning changed everything. Being able to remember a conversation where I don't have to tell you the question that I asked you 2 days ago. I could just be like, hey, you remember the thing we were talking about yesterday? What if we did this? Like how you would an assistant, right?
Well, yeah, that's how I've been working with this lawsuit I'm in. It's just like it's able to remember everything. It's awesome. But yo, the chart, it's still kind of followed that stair step pattern you kind of showed me. How it's like it hasn't really broke that. It's just extended, kind of like how it had a double pump on the third step. It's weird though, man.
I knew we had something in common, Drew. I'm in one of those suit things myself. We can be suit brothers.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. It's gonna be a while, but
I love the law. I think
yeah.
the law is a great thing.
Yeah, you're on the right side of it. It is.
Right. That's exactly.
Best feeling is
Yeah,
when somebody did you wrong, and then on top of it, they're a dick. So you don't feel, but you know what I mean. You don't feel bad at all for coming for what what's yours.
Exactly.
Not that you ever should. I want every penny that's owed to me, not a cent more, but every penny that's owed.
Yeah. It's like a trade. You gotta do your due diligence, keep up with all the paperwork, everything, and have a great presentation.
Excuse me. Don't inhale Ben Gay.
You sick, bro?
Kind of gay.
Not good.
You fighting something?
Not good.
Where the hell? Why was that an idea in the first place?
No, it's not an idea. I rubbed that stuff on my rheumatism, and I was standing in front of my space heater. It didn't work out too good.
You need some Tiger Balm. Some Chinese Tiger Balm. Damn, man. I feel like I'm getting sick already.
I'm coughing Ben Gay vapor. Oh God, I'll never do that again.
Like
Feels good though.
Feel like you just coughed on my food here.
Feels great. Feels great on my hip. Wow. I think it's better than icy hot.
Just not in your lungs.
It's not good to breathe it. Get my eyes water. Come on, Bitcoin, finish up.
Yeah, ChatGPT is super useful for that type of stuff, Kelly. I don't like to use AI for any final product stuff. Like, I wouldn't use AI for anything I was gonna present to y'all just because of the hallucinations. But when it comes to like doing research and being like a stepping stone, yeah, definitely. I've caught a couple hallucinations. If it doesn't know, it tends to not want to tell you it doesn't know, and it'll make some shit up. They've gotten better though. They've gotten way better. Yeah, you can tell, like, when you start playing with AI, ask it the same question a couple times. Like, be like, what price will Bitcoin be at in the next 3 months? And then it'll give you a big sort of detailed thing. It might even pull from the internet and give you some quotes and give you some. Then exit out of that session, start a new session, ask it again. When you ask it the same question a couple times, you'll start to see some of the like hallucinations that it has. It's really good at like, you feed it 2 pieces of data and you tell it compare and contrast these. Great at that, right? Because there's not too much reasoning involved with it. It's just literally comparing. If you wanted to do any actual reasoning, you want to use like DeepSeek or O3 Mini, something that has a reasoning engine, Grok 3. I don't know, bro. I think DeepSeek still has it. It is better than O1 and it's better than O3. But DeepSeek R1 is incredible. Or maybe I just got it trained up to the point where, you know, but I have no issues with it.
Yo, man, so Ansem was in LA recently. I know there was something there, like, online that they were, I don't know, Kanye was calling on some people.
Mao?
Oh, no, let this guy out of here. Guy, get out of here. Get out of here.
Well, let me go catch some rats, bro.
Oh, he's like, it's too windy out there. I don't want to go out. But yeah, man, it's just, I think, like, you know, if Kanye's talking to people, he's been talking to people and talking about crypto, he's not going to just retweet someone's contract address, I think, you know?
Yeah.
That's all I'm getting at.
It's not DeepSeek that's impressive, John. It's R1. And R1 isn't a knockoff of anything. If anything, everybody else knocked off their reasoning engine. That's why everything's so much better right now. But yeah, the original DeepSeek is just a connection. It's just a amalgamation of the last, you know, successful models. Yeah, China's the open source one.
Is it YZY?
Yeah, YZY. It's like 12 million market cap right now. It got shot down because he unretweeted that retweet, so it's not on his Twitter anymore. But everyone's saying it could be because they're trying to do a stealth launch or something. But yeah, it's like got 11 or 12 million market cap right now.
I've been using Manus. Manus is better than all of them. Manus is like scary good. It's basically it's like a little swarm of AI agents.
Guess I'll wait for it to crash. I'll buy some. $50.
Yeah, I mean, it went all the way up to 180 million on his retweet, and then it stabled around 25, and then it dumped again when he undid his retweet and went down to like 10 million. So I think hopefully 10's the floor.
Let me go see if it's on futures because that's usually when it'll crash.
MEXC has it and L Bank has it.
On futures?
MEXC has it on futures, yeah.
Problem is nobody's holding it. It usually crashes on futures when the top wallets are consolidated heavy, right? Because they'll short it and then they'll sell their positions and then they'll eat off of their shorts. But the top wallet only has like 2%.
What?
Yeah, no, that's what I said. It's kind of weird. It's not very
What is that?
it's not very consolidated in a few wallets. It's pretty well dispersed. From the looks of it, it looked like a pretty fair launch.
YZY Soul?
Yeah, it's got like 11.7 million market cap.
Bro, John, Manus made a fully functional website for me. The data in it wasn't usable, nothing that I was, but it made the entire UI. It even got to the point where it was making the Stripe account and connecting the Stripe account. First of all, don't let the Chinese AI make your business website and connect the Stripe account for you. You might want to stop at Stripe. Let it do everything else, but stop at the payment just to be safe.
Well, pretty soon they're probably going to have like, I guess, some kind of communication between the AIs and things like your Alexa or your Siri. So if you already have your payment system done through your Alexa, you could probably have the AI just communicate with your Alexa. So like Alexa knows how to keep your information safeguard.
Alexa's going to be a thing of the past. Yeah, it's like, that's basically what these AI agents are. A real, what we were promised Alexa would be. Nah, my daily driver is an Android, but my crypto phone is an iPhone. The safety's better on iPhones. That's the only reason. But my daily driver is an Android. That's funny. About to duck off here and do a little bit of research in a bit. I don't think that we're in any danger of these candles doing anything crazy within the next 12 hours at least. That's crazy, John. Yeah, it occurred to me while it was doing it. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute, this might be too much. I think I can do the last part. Nah, I think you're putting way too much faith in AI, bro. But I mean, for someone that maybe doesn't have, if you can't find it, if you don't have the tools to find it on your own, then I guess it'd be a good starting point. You just have to be careful, and you have to be careful with having AI analyze people's charts, right? Because I've seen a lot of that going around on Twitter. No, I get that, but you're not going to get advice from somebody who's placed a trade. You're going to get one that's book smart, right? A lot of it is experience. You would have to literally just download somebody's brain and 10, 15 years of experience. And then at the best, all you would have is a snapshot of that person that you used at that moment. It's really, really good for everything else, though, in my opinion.
Solid alpha. Gotta run. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, John. Appreciate you. Appreciate the super chat. Got this toothache and the whole side of my face is numb. Got me talking like I'm drunk. Me slurring. Nah, they're gonna get really good at trading, Hank, because I mean it's just the speed of it, right? And they don't have to sleep. They're just gonna follow the rules. There's no emotion. And with AI involved, you can actually get a little bit of reasoning there where it's not just like the AI grid bots where you're just literally setting a grid and triggers going from point A to point B or whatever. They're going to get really good. I mean, these AI agents are already trading for themselves. I mean, not cooked, really. It's just, it's not like they'll wreck you, right? It's just, in this one green vector candle that we saw here, that bot would have placed 3 or 4 trades on micro retracements and, picking up fractions of a cent over over break even over and over and over 100 times a day, 1,000 times a day, instead of going for the big swings. It's like a little money machine. You know what I mean? It's like you're shaving a little off the top of every move, shaving a little off the top, little off the top. That's hard to, you know, compete with. Just speed wise, we can't do that. All right, guys, I'm gonna go dig in the trenches. I'll be back. Try to catch to see what's going on with the news cycle before midnight hits. What you in that trade right now? You actively trading this? Looks like it's picking up a little bit.
Yeah.
I had
scalped it, man. So I was
3.
able to scoop up some more because right after he retweeted it, I sold some and I was able to buy some a little bit lower.
I had 3 support levels. Hit the first one. The second one is down at like 4 mil. But this is the first time that it actually breaks structure. It's holding though. It's holding where it's at. Like I wouldn't want to see it come down underneath. Yeah, like you double bottom nicely here.
Yeah, I'm thinking if it
You don't
makes a
you don't
little
want to
low, I'm
break
just
that.
selling it.
Yeah, you don't want to break
Yeah.
that. You don't want to take that ride.
Definitely not.
Then you're looking at 35.3. How much is this shit worth? Oh, I'm still on market cap. Okay. Just freaked out for a second. I thought for sure I had switched it to price. All right, let me go. I'm gonna dig into it too. I'm gonna see what I can find while I'm already in the swamp.
Good looks, man. Appreciate that.
Yeah. I'll be back.
Cat's going crazy, man. All right, good. Later.
Yeah, I'm in a $4 or $5 million market cap thingamabob myself. It got like a 30% pump earlier, but it consolidated a little bit, but it might be wanting to do a little turnaround to the upside.
Well, what ticker?
That Canto, you can't leverage it or nothing. It's just spot buy, and it's kind of, you can't buy that much.
That's that new one, right? That's like KAIC.
No, this was one that came out in 2022, but it's had some problems. It had to shut down or stop. It had a problem with mining blocks. Had to stop it twice, but it's back on now. But they lost a lot of stuff. But
Hell yeah. No, it's funny you said ZBC and Zebek, whatever. I've been watching them for a while. Those and AI16Z just had a nice thing today.
But yeah, it'd be nice to get in one of those $4 or $5 million projects early, and it just goes to $10 billion market cap. It can happen, you know. A lot of research and maybe some luck.
Ron, you make it back yet?
I did. Thought I might be out there with the Gators tonight.
Yeah, 12 was crazy, man. It took me forever to get out, and then I just pulled back into Baton Rouge.
Oh no, I'm hanging out with some Saints fans. Damn.
Oh nah, man, I don't care about football unless it's fantasy football. No, I'm Carolina Panthers guy, dude.
Well, we all still in the NFC South, so yeah. My favorite guy was actually, I mean, I'm Falcons, but the guy who got me into football watching him was Bobby Abear, you know, the longtime Saints quarterback, and when he came to play for Atlanta, there was just something about that black number 3 in that uniform, and he'd always beat the Saints. Even though we lost against everybody else, but he was a fan favorite, and he's got a restaurant in Louisiana too now. Bob Aber's Cajun Cannon Restaurant. But that's who I liked a lot.
I grew up on that damn Merino.
Yeah, I got a Dan Marino jersey.
Yeah, dude, that those were the days. I mean, I'm from Carolina though, so I mean it's always been Panthers, but I'm not really a big football guy. But I love to gamble.
Yeah, I did a lot of that. Betting on football. Yeah. I was too biased though, you know. It just
I've been checked out. If I'm not playing fantasy, I just don't pay attention. Like, I enjoy it if there's fantasy involved, just because it's more. It keeps you, I guess, invested.
Right.
I think it's time we start a petition to bring back the XFL.
Yeah, something. I don't know if I become crypto rich. You might see me try to start being the Daytona 500. So, or at least the ARCA race. You know, they probably won't let me run in Cup, but they'll let me run in ARCA.
Yeah, I always tell anybody down here that it's like you got the moments in history like Katrina. It's like where I'm from, it was Dale Earnhardt, and that's like your before and after Christ. It's before and after Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know Dale Jr. personally, but I've chatted with him a good bit, and I've raced against him a lot in iRacing over the years because I was a beta tester over there for a little while. I've been on iRacing since 2007, but yeah, I've whipped up on Junior. I remember Chase Elliott when he was 14 and watching him wreck every other lap.
I went to grade school with Michael Waltrip's nephew and Steph Curry, which is kind of weird combination. But his nephew, I grew up. He was like probably first 12 years middle school. Name is Lee Bob Waltrip. He like sells cars, but that is just the greatest name ever for an antagonist of a race car movie.
Yeah. Yeah, Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano. I met Joey when he was like 14, and dude acted like he was 30 years old.
So you be racing, dude? You be driving those, or like you said, the indies, or just like the stocks?
Well, I was just really big into sim racing, man. And like some of them boys just come through that ranks, like William Byron. I remember racing against him a lot in Pyrus and in iRacing. It's hardcore, but
So you've been at the Charlotte Motor Speedway a bunch?
yeah, oh yeah, a couple times. Talladega a bunch, Daytona a bunch, Charlotte. I mean, Darlington a lot. Rockingham. I liked Rockingham. Rockingham was a great racetrack, man. To go to in being the infield, it's amazing.
Yeah, I remember I was going to races with my dad before it was right before they put up those giant nets around I can't remember which turn it was, like turn 3 at Charlotte. There was that IndyCar race where they had the bad crash and that tire flew up into the stands and crushed a girl. But I was at that race, and then after that they put those things. It was crazy. I mean, I didn't know what was going on too much, but I was like, complete panic crowd. They needed those nets.
Yeah, I was at that 92 Atlanta race when Richard Petty's last and Jeff Gordon's first. I was at there. I was me and Daddy was outside of turn 4. I mean, inside the infield, turn 4. No, it was turn 2 because we was on the exit of pit road.
That's nuts, man. You said you're in what? You're down in Georgia.
Yeah.
What's going on, guys?
My dude, what up, doggy?
My dad told me he was at a Formula One race once, and it was like a blind hill that you come over, and someone had crashed on like once you come over the hill, and a guy ran out with a fire extinguisher across the track, like didn't see the car coming, the car didn't see him, came over the hill, he was going too fast and killed the guy with the fire extinguisher. The fire extinguisher hit the driver on the head and killed the driver, and then the car just didn't stop going. It just went into the barrier, past the corner.
I saw that video. I think I've seen that video. Long time ago, but I think I've seen that video.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a video of it. Yep. It was at the Kyalami racetrack in South Africa. Do you watch Formula One or do some racing on Formula One?
I've done a little bit of F1 and sim racing. I like watching F1. Any motorsports. I mean, I'm that country fella that likes cars going in circles and a couple left and right hand corners.
Yeah, like NASCAR, you just need to know how to turn left.
Yeah, well, the road courses that NASCAR's doing now is very exciting. I mean, Shane Van Gisberg, Connor Zilic, a lot of them road aces is doing it to it.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I've been doing that sim racing since since 2001.
It's a long time. It's a lot of hours.
Oh yeah, I wish I'd have that experience doing this. I mean, it was fun. I mean, for about 6 months, I can say I was the best in the world. For about 6 months in my whole sim racing, I was the best, and I can say that. And some of the guys in that era can say, yeah. But and it's great to be, really good at something. But it comes a time when you don't want it that much, and then it's like a game, and it's like.
And then you got to pay bills, so you got to make money.
Yeah, well, they got leagues where you can make money. I mean, I was making okay money, but to take it to that next level, it's just. I swear it was more stressful than leverage trading.
Yeah, and it's all your time. You have to dedicate everything to it.
Yeah. And then one guy can come around, like instead of having to deal with one market maker, you got to deal with 30 other market makers that would love to ruin your day.
Yeah, I mean, to get into the top 1% of sports these days, like you got to start from a very young age and train diligently for years.
A little bit of pampage here, but yeah. Still running the league over there, but those guys that do that hardcore, that's all they think of, and I get it, but I just don't understand there's no money. So it's like you're wasting your time.
For like what kind of like e-gaming or?
Yeah, well, that iRacing, I mean, if you get in some leagues or if you can get in DWC, I think the winner, like the champion, they get about 200K. But it's open setup. You got to build your setup on your car. It's so much time. It's just nah. It's for like 18 and 28-year-old. That's your prime, I think, as far as sim racing, your reflexes. But after that, you start getting slower.
Yeah, I would imagine. It's just like Dota 2, you know, your reflex, or even Call of Duty. When you're at that age, your reflexes are at pretty much peak.
Yeah, like the new Warzone, they took my secret weapon. I mean, I'd get in Big Bertha. I could do okay. I could do okay shooting, but I know my limit. So it's like, yo, I want to get up all my stuff, all my plates, all my armor, all my guns that I like, and I'm gonna get in Big Bertha. I'm gonna ride around, get away from everybody, and try to be there at the end.
The Sims, are they like, they're like full scale? It's all like manual too, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. And then if you got 3 monitors too, or your VR, which I got both, I got it all. But you good wheel, good sim pedals. You know, you got to get good equipment. It makes a big difference. But it's the thrill of going fast. It is awesome, man. It's like flying the airplane and that same feeling that you're really getting after it. It's good. It's good stress relief.
Feels like you're gonna fall out of the sky at any moment.
Yeah, if you like racing, you'll like iRacing. I mean, it's gotten a lot cheaper. I like it.
Yeah, I've never done the, well, besides like those arcades, but I did a fair share of getaway driving in my youth.
Whiffy taking off.
Yeah.
It's taking off with or without you.
Yep. Well, I'm with it this time.
You with it? With it?
I'm with it.
Yeah, that 49 cents was holding strong. That's, you know, if we lost that, I was gonna consolidate my bag.
It was going to consolidate my bag if it went under that.
tell you that Big Wick Nick was talking about that Whiff before it took off several months ago.
Before it went to $5?
Yeah, yeah.
Is he saying the same thing again?
No, I think he's on the other stuff, but yeah, he's still that's just one of the traders I follow on X. Think highly of.
My Moon Boy target for Whiff is $75.
Good God, I hear you.
That's the measured move of the bull flag on the log chart on the daily or the weekly.
Do you think Whiff will hit a $75 billion market cap?
Yeah, it's possible.
I mean, Doge did it. I'm not gonna say it's not possible. Doge definitely did that. Doge hit
Yeah.
almost 100 billion.
Yeah, and I think Doge is gonna probably go to at least $1 trillion. Sorry, not $1 trillion, like 20 billion.
Well, isn't the astronaut rescues right around the corner?
Wait, what did you say Doge hits? Did you say 75 billion it hit?
No, it hit almost $100 billion market cap
Oh, geez. Okay.
at all-time high.
Yeah, so I mean,
But that's
it
what it would
could,
take. That's what it would take to get Whiff to $75.
right. I
Is
mean,
75 billion. So, but I mean,
oh,
Doge got a higher market cap in that last cycle, so I can't say it's impossible or even unlikely. I don't personally think it will, but I mean, it certainly could.
Yeah, I mean, that spaceship's supposed to go up and get those astronauts. I mean, if it's got Doge on the side of it.
I don't even think it would matter. At this point, you would need like a $260 billion market cap on Doge to get to $1. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't have none. I mean, I
it's
got in at 5 and I sold it over 40 cents.
there you go, dude. Good trade.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the only way that I haven't got liquidated is that I did it right in the bear market so I could learn how to leverage trade. That's why I'd recommend anybody like spot trade until you do good in the bear market, then start learning how to leverage trade.
Yeah. I mean,
Still start small, but
I think if you just accumulate stuff on spot during the bear market, and then once the trend sort of shifts, you'll do pretty good in the
yeah.
bull when it comes to. Oh, is this thing gonna stop me?
I mean, I think you got to do leverage and then ease back up where you don't do it as much, where you look at it as a tool. But you definitely look at the charts like Homelander when you're leveraging hard. I mean, and then your brain can process more. And, I like that. Got a good position H bar, but I'm hoping that really goes, like, really goes. But it was hard selling. I mean, I don't feel bad now. Like, I'm glad I sold my Doge now, right? But at the time, it was like, but I'm glad I got over that.
Yeah, I mean, man, nobody ever went broke taking profit. It's literally, it's why we're here to buy low, sell high. You don't get a diamond hand stuff. That's high risk. Don't feel bad about selling.
No, I should have sold more middle of January. That's what I should have done. But I like the gold lead lag indicator. I kind of been following that, and I felt confident what BTC did shoot off on election day. I felt confident that was going to happen because that's what pretty much gold did 6 or 7 months prior. That huge freaking cup and handle, and then took off. And I was like, well, it took BTC 4 years to do the same thing, and it looked so similar. And then gold consolidated for a good while, and now it's run up, just like BTC's consolidated for a while, and then it's going to have its run up. Now, that might not happen, but that's what I think is going to happen.
All right, is this going to be the break that we've been looking for? Or we're just going to range again?
Probably range, but at 50.4 or something, and that's it. I know that shouldn't be my entrance right there. 5034. I left the house and had to go help my brother, my son-in-law, and I put in buy orders at 49.
For Whiff?
Yeah, and they filled, so I shouldn't be at 5034.
Did you put the orders at 490?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, my trading view chart doesn't even say that got hit, but I guess on the exchange they did.
I thought it was sitting there. It wasn't sitting down at 49 when I got home.
Like my chart says 492.
Oh, well, it might have been 492, but my liquidation level was 485. So,
Yeah, I
I,
mean your stop loss is gonna be real tight then, huh?
oh, that's my stop losses at 49.
Oh, and you got taken out?
No. So my buy order must have been a little bit higher, but it shouldn't have been. I don't know. 5034 is not bad, But good Lord, that whole run, it didn't even go from where we were sitting to 403, 503. I don't know, my computer was acting funky when I got home. TradingView was working, so I've been fooling around in there.
I mean, the fact that we haven't lost that 492 level is really good too.
Hey, is this the trap they're talking about? Because I saw them trying to trap me short, and I went long. And then it trapped me anyway. I swear it just sat there the whole time I was gone.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, Bitcoin does look like it's also breaking out of a bit of a wedge, you know, wedge flag.
Yeah. That's what you would call it.
And it tested the 15-minute 200. So
We did, or Bitcoin did?
Bitcoin did. So maybe we can break out of this range tonight.
Are you showing a big red candle on? Week's got a big red candle on. BTCC still going green. He might just be calling to liquidate me.
It looks just looks like a retest.
Week's load so slow on my computer. I thought you were in North Carolina.
No, I'm in South
Carolina. Who said they were in Florida, man?
I said I was in Florida.
Oh, okay.
What you buy all those clips and tigers?
Unfortunately.
Oh man.
What you doing in Florida? Or what were you doing? You live there?
Yeah, I used to work in the super yacht industry down there.
Okay.
As a deckhand. And then and then I worked for a detailing company, a boat detailing company. And now I have my own detailing business where I am now.
Where in Florida were you?
Fort Lauderdale and a little bit of West Palm Beach, and Miami, a little bit of Miami.
I lived in Lauderdale.
I had so much fun in that place, dude.
I was a kid then.
Las Olas, downtown Las Olas.
Me and my mom and brother and sister went over there though, and we ate on Beechwood Avenue, and then we went to see the house that we lived in. Pretty neat.
Yeah, it's cool down there. It's a lot of fun.
It's right on that little canal that goes out to the ocean. My dad had a little boat.
Yeah, I love the intercoastals there too. Hey, you can just like go on a boat through everything, pretty much.
Yep. We chartered a boat, man, and going out to the ocean, man. Those houses on those points.
Crazy, huh?
Good Lord, the money.
Freaking mansions down there.
That thing's wicked bad on 3 minutes. Oh, that might be that indicator. I hope it is. Yeah, it is. Stupid indicator ain't saying $14 no more. I wish that thing would pop up to $10.
See if we can't get some momentum now.
I don't like the way them bands are pointing down.
I don't know, Stellar and H bar look pretty good.
I got a taste more of H bar today, just cause not a lot more, but more added.
Nice one. Yeah, every time we've come down to this 18-8 level, 19, I've just been stacking up, dude.
Yeah, I hurt my average a little because it was so low, but I mean, I don't need to worry about that. But I'm really bullish on H bar. I don't know. It just seems like it's there to really, it's gonna make some noise.
I think so. I got my first TP for that one is 24 cents. $24.8, $24.5. It's the downtrending resistance. Because if Bitcoin makes the high low, the lower high, like Dbloc was saying, then I think, well, that does also on Bitcoin on the chart that Dbloc showed, it coincides with that downward resistance for Bitcoin. So I'd imagine that, the altcoins would do something similar. And then kind of hit what I think will happen is, yeah, actually, I don't know, but either, on Dbloc chart, it says they might come sweep the lows again, but I think maybe a bull flag formed. So we hit the top resistance, retrace down to like between the golden pocket and the 0.5, and then, bear bull flag, and then get out of that resistance, the downward resistance.
Yeah, that would be nice.
His targets weren't that far down, huh? Like 81 or something.
Yeah, 81, I think. It did go that far low. Let me pop my screen up here on H bar quickly for you.
All right.
So there's the downward resistance. So the TP is really actually not a number. It's actually this line. The TP when, because if we take longer, then the TP is actually over there. Whereas if we do it quickly, the TP is over there. But I can take the fib. then I'll drop the horizontal and look just for, is that a good level? You know, like in the past, okay. As soon as we touched it there, boom, you know, massive support. You know, it's point of control. But then, yeah, so probably maybe front run this, but we could even do something like, you know, get the pump up, you know, however we do it. Or even if we retrace a little bit more. And then have a proper dip, maybe even to the 0.618 over there. So then you've got your flag like that. And that'll break us out of this resistance. So if we decide to maybe move up slower, I'm just looking at this bottom resistance here for entries again. Support, the bottom support, sorry. So even if we do something like that, get in on those levels.
Pepe cool off? It's a good 5 times, 6 times.
Yeah, the question is, do we do it again?
Right. That again would match up with what Dbloc
What Dbloc was saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of look a little natural, you know, getting that, maybe that one final, because, you know, you had this guy just quick in and out, then 2 kind of accumulated bottoms, and then one final, just like this, one final wick out. Boom.
Yeah. Should I dare say I see 2 inverted cats?
Yep. Yeah, these two mirror each other, right?
Yeah.
See that? So get the mirror of this cat. So maybe the pump is not even that substantial. You know, maybe the pump's just to this resistance. Mirror this cat, then come boom, boom, or even just wick, boom.
Right. Yeah, it's like that. I can't think of that guy, but he's like, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And I'm like, God.
It's so true.
I'm like, my God, I'm seeing that animal all over the place now.
Oh, look at the one on XRP. See if I can find it again.
Yeah.
What do you say about it? That it mirrors it?
That's what's up.
Look how similar these two structures are as well. They're so similar.
Yeah.
First bottom, around the top, second bottom, triple bottom, high low, high low. So let's see. Bottom, round, double bottom, round, triple bottom, high low, high low, high low. Almost identical. And this one's much larger. So that's why I think this pump, this cat's body, because this will be the tail. This cat's body is much, that's why it's much larger than this one.
I mean, that's all pretty and all, Meza. Looks really nice and all if you're banking on the fact that the market is predictable or repetitive.
You saying the market's not repetitive?
No, I'm just messing with you, bro. No, that looks really good, man. Looks very thought out. I like it, man.
No, nothing like goes, not everything goes your way, you know. I mean, you're right. Like, I'm wrong all the time too, but you know, a lot of these levels that I'm looking at here, it's all just support and resistance really. So And you know, like if we start losing these levels, like if we do pump up here, you know, I'm gonna look for shorts at least to even hedge the position, or like if we lose this, you know. But thank you, I appreciate that.
You definitely got a bunch of different scenarios, man, and as you know, you got to have that so you know how to know where to shoot and when to shoot.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's sometimes I just need to trust myself more with some of the things like I'll put down, and you know, it's sometimes just psych myself out or get emotional and end up just over trading or whatever. But like the the initial idea was there, or the plan, the TA was good, and what I said would happen would play out. But I just, you know, I just didn't really stick to the plan. So
Yeah, I know I'm guilty of that. I think we're all guilty, that's for sure. But
yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough because there are so many other variables, you know, like when you're trading on the smaller time frames, price can really do anything. But when you zoom out, then you get an idea of, you know, like where you need to be making entries and exits and stuff. But, you know, those shorter time frames can really get you. It's up and down for sure.
yeah, I was cracked out on the 1 and the 3 and the 5 for a while, but just got crazy with that VWAP trading. But but you know, it's addictive. But I'm heavily in spot. I'm blessed where I don't have to force it, but little early in spot, but you know, comfortable in spot. But if the ketchup bottle says here I am, I'm gonna pull the trigger on some things, but I'm not. I was over trading, over leverage trading, overdoing it. Got more wins than losses, but just overdoing it.
I did that like a month ago, man. Maybe a little, not quite a whole month ago, but I was in some longs and doing small leverage, you know, and I got caught in the static, man, horizontal static, dude. So I was just kind of pinging, you know, long, short, just kept catching the wrong direction every time. I was like, dude, just enough already. I just stopped, man. I was like, come on, bro.
I started getting kind of decent, but I'm like, wait a minute. I'm starting to bleed my own shit. I don't need to mess up this weight. So that's why I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and get in some good positions and spots. I mean, I didn't think, a lot of people didn't think some of the stuff that you wanted would dip down, and it was there. And so I played it safe and just not leveraging that much, just in spot. And if things grip, maybe even pull a little profits to get back in later and just taking my time with it. Slowing down to go faster, you know, that, and like in racing, that happens a lot. Like you race at Darlington, you know, you got to slow down to go faster.
I almost went to a race, stock car race in Indianapolis Speedway, and so I was in this little relationship with this girl at the time, and it was always good, and plans we were gonna go, and then everything fell to shit like the day before, the race day, bro. So I didn't end up getting to go to the race, man. Doesn't that suck, man? I almost got to go to a race, man.
Yeah, that might be a good thing, because you might have would have liked it, and then spent a lot of time. I mean, I loved it.
Dude, I mean, racing is man and machine, man, put to its limits. You gotta love racing, bro. I mean, the technicals that go into it is just badass.
Yeah, I love it. I just like when you doing a race, you thinking about winning that one, and then right when the race is over, you thinking about the next one, and you can't wait for the next one, and then before you know it, you just time just flies on by, and your whole life is just evolve around racing, and that's all you know.
That's a good thing, though,
Um,
man. I mean, because some people never find that something,
Yeah.
spend their whole life lost.
Yeah, ever since that trader said about that CAT, I mean, I even see the tail sometimes. Like, what the world? Yep, there it is.
Dude, this would be wild if they played out something like that and just mirrored this one. Oh man, like that's rough price action. You know, everyone would be like, "Yeah, here we go, here we go, nope, here we go, nope," and yeah, like oh, that would be brutal. Sweep these lows one more time just to mirror this guy.
So you gotta think they can't do that. I mean, if they got to depend on, I mean, they can't scare away everybody. That might scare away. And they can only do it. I don't know. They can do whatever, right? But
I
Yeah,
mean, wouldn't
I
that
mean,
mean that? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say like they're all jockeying for positions, these big guys, so like we'll get wicks we'll get these wicks for this. For this one we'll get this. But this is all accumulation. Accumulation.
yeah.
If they did that, though, wouldn't they drag the bull run out like twice as long, into time as normal?
Well, I mean it's only 24 days. 20 days, and that kind of lines up with Dbloc's prediction a little bit too.
Oh, so that looks that's gonna fall in like mid-April-ish.
Yeah, I think that's what Dbloc was saying, like early,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
6th of April to 15th.
Yeah, and everybody be like, "Yeah, selling me, walk away, selling me," and maybe it's different. That's like right there. That might be where the YouTubers like, "We told you, selling me and walk away, silly," and then pam. Oh, buddy.
Yep. But that's only going to be in a while, and I'll show you why.
So what? Possibly 150, 180, $1.50, $1.80 to reaccumulate or lower.
Down here?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. That's just the bull flag wage. Oh, I hate this thing. That's just that there. So I just think that's your bottom, second bottom, triple bottom with the wedge. So on the weekly, this measured move that I took here,
Oh yeah. That's man. Look here. We having boat drinks on me. If that gets to that there.
210 days for that to consolidate. But as you can see, see how we've been extending. It was double that, so maybe we get, you know, maybe a full year of consolidation almost, or 300 days, 280. And then you get the final blow off top.
Yeah, they would be signs if that happened. Six-inch lift kit on my truck, check.
I mean, it's on a macro parabola, right? So as soon as this structure breaks, then we know we're in for some long consolidation or drops.
Wow, came close. Yeah, I think I'm in 6 RWAs, at least 6, maybe 7. I think 6. Hopefully, I mean, I remember that Decentraland and Sandbox pump, when that happened last season. I mean, them things went from cheap to $5 to $7 in no time. Got to get prepared again. Like, oh, that's nothing.
Yeah, Gala was in the mix with those ones as well.
I got out of those tokens, but if they came back to what they was and then some, I mean, I'll be butt hurt, but life goes on. And I like how you draw so bullish, but it's not like it's bullish, but like trading that, you talking about like a gauntlet, like wrong turn, you're dead.
That's so true. Yeah. I mean, that's why these red and green lines are all you need to pay attention to. Because this is all noise, and this will get you wrecked. But this is all technical, right? Because you get the break, you get the minor retest of the break, pump up, you're hitting previous resistances. Maybe you come up to this one instead. Then you get the major retest of the breakout. Then you go. But it doesn't always play like that. Sometimes you get a breakout and you just rock and roll. But see, this one did kind of the same thing. Like you had this downtrend. Okay, maybe this was a bit of an anomaly. But once you did break above, you hit the bottom, broke above, minor retest, major retest, and shoot.
Yeah, and I remember last season when, going through that July, everybody thought it was dead. The market's over. Kind of looked like right there. I mean, well, yeah. And I think July 17th, we hit 28 and come up. And I think that was the second time or third time we hit 28K. Then we hit it like 33, 34. And I believe I can't remember what night, it was nighttime, but we hit 34, 35. Then like within 10 minutes, we shot up to like 48 and then went down to 41. And when I saw that live, it was like, yeah, that was the no turning back moment. Like, okay.
And then it just ripped after that.
Well, it came back down and to like 38, and then we started going to the upside and got back into the 40s and 50s and 60s, and then died. But going through all that, June, July of 21 was really good. Really good experience of not giving up.
That's it. Just gotta keep working at it. See here in 2020, 2021, when XRP traded in this range for a long time, then got a massive pump. You had your correction, which I think we're in now. This was kind of an intermediary consolidation that we're in here. It didn't last a long time on the macro time frame. So, but anyway, that was just a retest of this breakout that you got. That was the retest. But in this zone over here, you can see you got the breakout of this trend, and then this wick is the minor retest back down, and then you can see the body of this candle. Well, I want to zoom in on this view. Yeah, I don't know if I found the same spot. Oh well, let's see what happens.
That's right. As Sammy would say, I can promise you one thing: the 21 will always go back to the 200. I haven't been watching him as much, but I think he said he bought a whole Bitcoin today.
He did say that, hey. He's like, yeah, you guys better take a clip of this. I bought 1 Bitcoin. You know what happened the last time I bought a Bitcoin? Just saying. He's a funny dude.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about, joining his thing, but I think a couple of people has come from over here, and so. But I like him. He's good. It's gave me confidence on drawing whatever I want to and seeing and believing, and just a really good person to make you feel like you can do it, instead of you can't, because there's people that just as soon as you got any mistake, they put that doubt. And some people don't.
Yeah, I mean, like Dbloc's channel, Crypto Life, Jason Casper, they're all very motivational and uplifting, and educational.
Yeah, the 5, the 13, the 50. But I mean, I still got the 21 and 200. But yeah, the schedule. Just yeah, can go on and on.
If we do something similar, like we did here, this pattern would take so much retail out of the market before the pump, because think about how much pain this was for people to go through. This section right here was so painful, not just because of the drops, but like they chopped this whole thing, it was choppy. So you couldn't tell which way it was going, even though it was down from the whole way. And then it was just like, boom, one spike up that no one was expecting. Those guys all got wiped out late. Even these guys that thought they got in early all got wiped out. And this also was just a total wreckage. So if they do that in reverse, man, the market will be scattered. When we hit this level here for like final wick off, or even some of these, maybe this one, man, the rest of the market will be scattered and people will not be ready. Because it's all about the liquidity, right? Like this pump here will get people psyched in. Those guys will all get liquidated. Okay, because a lot of people are in shorts right here. Hit them again, liquidate them all, possibly all the way down to these people that get in, also think they have great positions, but if you don't get it beneath that line, then I mean it could always work through, you never know. But anyway, coming back up, like here's where people will be okay, broke the downtrend, everyone's like, okay, cool, we see what's happening now, we broke the downtrend, we're coming up. Now you've built a ton of liquidations in all these regions, all the way back down to here. But this is still a part of the bullish structure. Coming down to this downtrending resistance and tapping it, that's still part of the bullish structure. So, and this will just destroy everyone. And this candle will do the same as this candle on this side. It'll be like that wick will look like that again, and it'll just be like straight up.
Yeah, that'd be Max Payne all over that.
Max Payne.
Yeah, you know, I was starting to get okay with the trading, the leverage, but like that to go through all that right there, I'm like, man, I ain't ready to go through all that. So let me just hold down the fort safe. Not that, you know, not saying it's safe to be in spot in crypto, you know, that's dangerous, but
Yeah, like that's why these green and red lines are what you need to be looking at. You know, your major support and resistance. So all these guys right here. So you know, obviously you're looking to put in shorts here, at least to hedge your bets, because you know you're gonna have, even if you push up further here, you're gonna have some sort of pullback for that. And then you've got your levels set down here. You know, if price ever comes back down here, you're looking to hop in again. So here you're taking profits, and don't be, try not to add to your bags. You know, when like here you see we get the retrace and we're coming up. Now people are adding to their bags. Everyone's adding liquidity at these levels here, because you get a pump, high, low, everyone's like bull run starting. Let me add to my position. Now they're adding, and boom, they all get wiped. So you want to be taking profits there, and if you're coming back down to your major support zones, you're looking for your re-entries again. Like unless you're scalping the 1 minute, you know, that's different. Like then it's, I don't know, the stochastic RSIs, the moving averages, those really help you for that sort of thing. I find, for at least for me, that works for me.
yeah, I kind of like that VWAP. I get close to that VWAP, or every time the VWAP resets, we usually get a little pumpage,
Yeah.
and then dumpage.
And that's just showing you where like all the big volumes coming in, right? Because that's how that's where you're detecting these big support zones, you know.
Yeah, right there. If that time frame, what Dbloc has been pointing out, and we hit that back again, oh Lord, I know what I'll be doing then.
Yeah, no, right. That's bear market, you know, no, that's bull market over territory right there.
Yeah.
And if you're doing like, let's say you're doing a 15, 30-minute trade, right? Because it's all about your time frame. You know, if you're looking to run this thing, let's say maybe a couple days or whatever, 2 days, and you're adding along the way, you know, and then you're completely exiting most of your position, that's fine. If, you know, everything's going according to your plan. But the more you build up this liquidity here, then you're just obviously increasing your risk for appetite. So like at this point for you, because of all your risk appetite in this range, like this is kind of max. That's where you'd be pulling a lot of the coins out at that point. And then you can enter with a big bag when you come, let price play out for a little bit until you get confirmations on your levels. Check your major levels for confirmations of the next move.
%. Definitely, that's the goal, to take that same buying power and make it have more without having to add to it. Just selling at the right time and buying back in. There's a fine art to that,
Yeah, you're right.
Because I know I'm not gonna lie to myself, like, oh yeah, I should have done this the 23rd of January. But if I'd have done that, I'd have done re-entry and done all type of crazy stuff that I probably wouldn't have. Just self-scouting and just like, yeah, you just still done the wrong thing, buddy. You just still done the wrong thing. Self-scout. Do the right thing though next time.
Bro, have you guys messed with, like, just because you guys talking about it, like, have you guys messed with those AI music programs?
Not too much, not really.
Yeah, okay, so y'all were talking about, like, rules and everything, right? So I just got one, and I was like, yo, I got the subscription and everything, right? So I was like, yo, make me a song, like a trap beat, whatever, about trading with rules, and following the rules and everything. And I'm sorry, guys, like, this song that he just put together was just ridiculous. I'm like, yo, I will play this back to back just so I can remember to follow the rules of trading.
Heck yeah.
That's hilarious, dude.
It's insane. I would play it for y'all, but I don't know. I'm gonna refine it first. But it is a banger. And it's got all
Looking
the
forward to
rules.
hearing that.
It's like, don't go against the trend. Like, oh, bro, it's hilarious.
Friend is your friend till the end.
Oh, it goes, yeah. And it's crazy. Like, it came up with it all on its own. I didn't even tweak the lyrics yet. So far, so good. But it's still AI. You know what I'm saying? So some of it kind of doesn't make sense. But I'm gonna go back and check it.
You got to post it on the group when you're done.
Yeah, I don't have to work tomorrow, so I might just do this. This is hilarious, man. Yeah, and I would say, like, I have a hard time, like, really staying in the pocket, like, every single day. Like, some days I have to walk away, but it's like sometimes I don't even know how to tell myself to walk away. I don't know if y'all ever feel like that, but
Oh,
I
hell
don't
yeah.
know. Yeah, and it's like, it's nice to have a reminder that actually works. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It seems like it doesn't matter. Like even like alerts. Like sometimes I'll forget to set an alert, even though I know that's like, a big part of trading. Just to like be present for when my targets are hit. Like, I don't know. It gets crazy, but so just making this AI song, I'm just like, wow, you can really make yourself like an album real quick about trading. And I also made a couple songs talking about my day job and trading when I get home. It's kind of crazy.
That sounds awesome, man. I mean, I might have to check that out.
The program's called Suno, and you can make, I think, like 50 songs a day or something like that. Also, I was making some instrumentals for the most part, like, some focus instrumentals. I don't know if y'all like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I listen to everything, man. I listen to everything. But I do like that. I don't know what it's called, but you know that some of that techno crypto is going to the moon music. You know what I mean? Like it just goes with crypto when your bags is pumping. Like I love that music.
You talking about crown chakra type stuff, like crypto face?
Yeah, yeah. Some of that stuff is it's like, is it the song making it go up? And then it'll be another song like, oh wait a minute. That would skip that one, that's making it go down.
Oh man, that gets you going though, don't it?
Oh yeah.
I go as far as to say some music could be worse than drugs.
Yeah, but it, it can get you off of them in a way because it's like you got like you're getting that great feeling like you jumping out the airplane with no parachute, but you can win or lose, but you got a shot at winning. Unlike the other, you're losing.
Yeah, man. If you really, yeah, man, for sure. We've all seen the examples, man. Music makes them lose control. In a good way, though, and a bad way.
Yeah.
I used to love the mosh pits, man.
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
I've seen some things. Them boys got out of control. I'm like, what are you guys doing? It's like a death match. Either way, it's a hell of a weekend. These traps, man, I'm always surprised how tight they can stay.
Yeah, I've been getting better at kind of catching sometimes the trap. Either the long or the short. Like Friday or Thursday and Friday it's catching either one or the other, riding it into the weekend and then getting out. And then of course just try to get that false move or whatever and wait for that Monday deal and then try to catch the reverse. Not trading that much when I do, but just maybe 2 or 3 times a week. And if I lose, oh well, not. I mean, I was leverage trading like 10, 30, 40 times a day, which is ridiculous for me. But I mean, it was like a drug, but just slowing down has gotten better.
I agree, man. Everything I was listening to you guys, man, like for sure. I actually went through the same thing recently. I had to stop. Like I really had to tell myself, like, yo, no, I work, during the day, 6 days a week. So I was just like, I had to stop. And like Dbloc was the one that said, he's like, yo, don't try to trade this unless you're at a computer. And I just go off of that rule now and try to just, like you said, like take a couple stabs at it and then just try to, if it ain't working out, it ain't working out.
Yeah, but that comes with it, the territory. I mean, I still don't know a whole lot, but try not to overload. Just keep it simple and try to be quick. Just play that cover 3 defense and tackle good.
Stay focused. That's all it is, man. Stay focused, stay learning. Don't let distractions get you. That's all I can say. That's the thing I struggle with the most, Feels like sometimes you turn your head and a move's been made, and if you didn't plan it correctly or whatever, you get left behind, or start making risky behavior.
Yeah, I mean, I would be doing it more trade leveraging, but I'm just trying to like, I guess, kind of rest my brain for a little bit because when you're leveraging that shit all day, every day, I mean, it's taxing on your brain, and you got to give yourself, you got to recoup. I know I have to. Not that I got liquidated or nothing. I mean, I have gotten stopped out of many trades, but and you say you won't, but you'll sit there and get liquidated, but not no more.
Did you see that Whiff? They flashed all the stop losses before the pump.
What?
All the way up to 48.9.
Wait, what?
I mean, if it's a pump, it could pump, but then maybe it doesn't pump. But if it does, dog with hat, they just like flushed all the stop losses below 49 cents up to 489.
That's treacherous.
Yeah, I just put what? Nah, they didn't get me though. I'm just pulling the driveway. Oh. Had to check though. I was like, ruh-roh. They can't get me.
Is that you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a stop loss, or dodge a stop hunt.
Stop hunt, yeah. Well, the 15-minute stochastic RSI had a nice pump, and now it came back down to the 1820 level and just had a bullish crossover. So hopefully we get the bounce up. It's oversold, and hopefully we get that bounce up on the 15 for Whiff.
You think we leave this range?
Yeah, we definitely need to break this high that we're sitting at right now.
Man, I like, what was it, last week or the week before? That range that they had us in. Man, like, I'm so blown that it can. I'm convinced that it ain't gonna break. And what did Dbloc say? This is like an automation, like an automated version of the market maker on the weekend.
Yeah, it might not break, but the ranges definitely can be widened, even if to like 84,900. They can just, keep ranging from like 83.5 to 84.9.
It kind of looks like it has to. What is this? The 15 minute that Dbloc got? I got a zoom. Yeah, 15.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, 15.
There's a bunch of liquidations just above us. If we do break the POI on Dbloc's. Sorry about that.
Got a little bit of curvature going up.
Yeah, they could very well jump up to that 84.8, 84.9 just to grab those licks and then come back into the trap.
Definitely, that could very well be.
'Cause they getting thick.
It looks like they're going straight for those ones right now.
Are any of you guys trying to scalp this?
I'm actually entering for one more swing up on these lows with kind of a tight stop loss just below the lows.
Yeah, I think I'm somewhere down there too. I try to do a small position.
Some of my positions are actually a little bit lower down in any case, so some of them I'm not too phased about.
Yeah, I had some positions. I had to close them. I think that's the thing about trading that got me a little frustrated recently was having some really great positions. Like the concept. Like trying to stay ahead. With the chess moves, and maybe fumbling. There's been some times where I just accidentally press a button like the wrong, like it was like a limit order I had, and oh man, just being quick with the finger, on a phone.
Oh,
Like,
so annoying. Yeah, like I've done that sometimes. I try to close like a portion of my position, like 20% or something, and then somehow I end up closing the whole thing, and it's so annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hit the old reverse button on accident.
Bro, I'd be so sick because I know what comes after. So now it's like the emotions. It's like, okay, what do I do? And for me, it seems like I'm at the stage of my life or my stage of my trading where it's never just sit on my hands.
It wasn't on my Bitcoin position. That was good, but I did accidentally hit open long when I was trying to short the trapped longs, so that messed it up a little bit. But I just sold immediately.
Yeah, some things like that I've done, man. Like longing, shorting a long, or closing the short when I meant to close. Or you know what I'm saying? It's like closing the long when I meant to close the short. Like just man.
Yeah,
And then
my stop loss up like 1,000 from like 80,003 to like 81,405. But didn't close it, which is good. But I know I'll have to eventually, like definitely the next 4 days. If that M2 shit plays out, I'm trying to be on the safe side.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm getting there, man.
Like it bothers me a little bit that I didn't catch the support and go, but man, what's killed me mostly is looking back and seeing, man, I took the short at the top of the range. If I'd have just stayed in it, money. Man, I took the long at the bottom of the range. If I'd have just stayed in it, money. But no, all this in and out, upside down, backwards, and all that work. Well, if I could just stayed in that one, I'd have just got more. That's what hurts.
Yeah, I have an issue with the compounding mistakes. So like if I make the one mistake, then like it'll lead to the next mistake, and then that's why I have to just like know to cut it off. Like it's done.
There's always gonna be a time where you look back and you say, I could have made more money. But that's like not the worst problem to have. You didn't
Right.
lose money. You actually still made money. So it's like so just take the win. You know what I mean? That's kind of what we have to do in trading. Have your targets, have a plan, stick to your plan. And when you take profit, be happy about it because you did the right thing. Like there's always going to be a time, like you look back on a chart and you could have said, like there's going to be 100 times where you say, I could have made more money if I only did this. But the keyword is more. You still made money. That's all that matters. You didn't lose anything.
Yeah. takes is one day. I mean, I got on some hot streaks. I'm not like some professional. I mean, I don't. But I got on some hot streaks, but all it takes is one day or 30 minutes to lose it all. Real quick. All that hard work you did in a week's gone, or even months. It can happen.
Oh yeah, that's the truth, man. It's like, knowing when to walk away. Just saying like that's it's a big one.
Oh yeah, I've gone through where I've lost where I've lost my voice by losing so bad. Screaming. Oh God. I'm glad it's over with. I guess you gotta go through that moment of just being a total
I'm
retard.
with you, brother. I'm with you. I'm with you. I was with you. We were there. I don't know. Yeah, some days, bro.
So, that sounds like me 2 Fridays ago. Saying some words that aren't appropriate for this particular family show.
Yeah.
In solidarity, my brother. Yeah, for me, my biggest issue is just falling out of position, and I know where I'm supposed to be, because I can see the trade play out and I watch it, you know what I mean? And I think that's the worst part. I'm always busy at every moment of the day, so it's real hard to keep up with anything. So for me, it's very important I get into a position like when Dbloc does those 3-day swings, it just eats me up when I fumble the bag, early in the swing.
Oh yeah, I know it. And like you're preparing for that move and you still miss it. Yeah.
Or get burned a little more than you wanted to, or miss the move because, you know what I'm saying? There's been some times I swear that the whole simulation theory, it gets to a point where I'm so pissed, you know what I'm saying? The third, fourth loss or stab at it, and it's gonna do it. You know it is, and then you turn your head or you go get some food, or you're screw it, and then you're like, I'm gonna take a break, and then you come back, and then the move went. You didn't have the proper limit, or you had a limit and it got a couple of dollars close to it, and you weren't there to see that you needed to adjust. So you missed the you know what I mean? Then the 786 retracement. It's just, I don't know. The stop hunts get me. The stop hunts. Every time there's a stop hunt right before the move.
Well, I'm trying to get where I get in right before the move happens, so I don't have to do all that waiting. But that's hard. But trying to catch that 1 minute, 3 minute on the VWAP, catch that wick on that candle that gets everybody either stopped out or their tight stop losses, guys playing it safe. Get them out of there, build up the money,